past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Registered Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories and talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2.
Oh yeah, what's up fellas, what's up on this Friday? What's up? How y'all doing today? Did y'all take care of y'all dogs? Did y'all clean up their yard? Did y'all give them some water?
Subscribes.
If you get them subscribed, guys, we need some subscribers. What's up, fellas? We have Kennels. What's up, Lefty? What's up? Mr. Collins, what's up? Dread, what's up, baby? Let me see, Knucklehead, you in the house. 6143, you in the house. AJ, salute. Mason, as always, baby. Red Rizzo, my man. What's up, the Riz? How y'all doing today, fellas? Hope y'all took care of your dogs today. Hope everything y'all had was a good week this week. Today I'm in Marine mode. Okay. Then we'll start off the show with first of all, I want to say shout outs to Fat Bill. Fat Bill made a comment last week on Tuesday this week that Hall's Mutso, when he went in the Grand Champion Luke, no, he did not jump the box. No, he did not jump the box, guys. Let me retract that, because he did not jump the box. He was one of the 5 dogs that Luther murked. He was on a 5-win streak before it got broke, but he was one of those dogs that took it right there where he was, and it didn't go but 28 minutes. So Fat Bill, thank you for keeping me straight. You put it out there, and I went and took care of it to make sure that what I do say to these guys is right, because yes, I am an honorable person. Second issue, Pelican Bay, you my man. You still my man. Okay, so I'm going to go over some of the things that you spoke on. Okay, because couldn't been you, so I would have to say that you was looking out for your South Carolina kennel board partners. But maybe it's not a misunderstanding. You didn't mean no harm, and I didn't take it as no harm. Okay, so I'm gonna address it though. Okay, so be prepared, because maybe there's some things that you don't know. So I'm gonna bring some enlightenment on you. Maybe you have a different opinion about things. Okay, first thing, there's not a kennel that I will ever disrespect that stands on the other side of that wall with me. There's just no disrespect there. I wouldn't care if he was one of the biggest kennels or one of the newest kennels. It don't make no difference to me, because whoever stands on the other side of that wall with me, that's all that counts. Whether you're a big kennel or a little kennel, the little kennel should get just as much respect for being there, just like they gave me my respect when I was coming as a young guy and was standing on the other side of some of them big guys, okay? So let's keep that in the order. I don't think I was disrespecting Crossroad in any kind of way, first of all, because as I remember, I called them. And I did call them. You know, the reason why I called them was because I've already been to South Carolina twice. The dog that I went into Crossroads Lock and Load was a 2-time winner. He won both of them right there in South Carolina. Okay, so that's Two Sweet was 2-time.
You picked this championship on us like that?
No, I'm saying that we were a 2-time winner. We had the 2-time winner. They had the 1-time winner. Okay, whose name was Lock and Load. And he was a good dog. He hit us dead in the chest. We was out pretty quick. But remember, I called them. So if anybody want to doubt my accolades, remember I came down here 3 times to do dogs. But this is just one of the places that I go and match dogs. See, I do travel. If it's gonna be one, I'm gonna be there to do it. Okay, that's all the accolades you need to know. As far as that, every match I've ever had is in the Sporting Dog Journal, so you can read it, pick it up, and go look for yourself. So I'm not answering those kind of stupid questions, because the fact is I went and jumped on Crossroad with all those 1-time, 2-time winners. It didn't make me a difference. I came. I didn't win, but I came. And on top of that, when they win, they get the 1. When you beat me, you get the 1. So definitely, I don't have to run around picking who's a recognized kennel and who's not. I just do dogs. Always been that way. So in the instance of all this conversation, let me get back on down to Little John. If I didn't think nothing of Walker-Mall's dogs, this is even after the fact that by the time I started breeding a Little John, Big John was already gone. So you know the rumor about Big John not being a real champion was buzzing in the air real loud at the time that I was going to go breed to Walker-Mall. I did a search on their yard and I liked it what they had. So if there was any means of disrespect to Walker-Mall kennels, it never happened coming from my mouth, because I don't think I disrespected Walker-Mall one time. I bred the Little John even after I heard the story about Big John. So my respect was always there, because I still am the one who sent my bitch there to get bred. Now, he was just as good as any other dog out there, and all the other champions and grand champions that I bred to out there in the game. So if I came to your yard, Walker-Mall, then you know I must have had some respect for your yard. I don't think there was nothing you done with me to lose that respect. So if you're standing up there for Walker-Mall, Pelican Bay, I'm gonna just let you know, never once do I have any reason to ever disrespect Walker-Mall. And I matched too many damn dogs to be questioned about how I raise a damn puppy. Okay? I'm not sitting here behind this desk spitting all this knowledge out here for somebody that, you know, 83, I can throw up a picture showing you I was training dogs back in 83. How old were you at that time? Let's do the math. So don't need nobody to question how I raise a dog, because, you know, I'm going to do what I'm going to do with it anyway, regardless. So wasted question. Did I do whatever? They didn't work. They got tested like every other dog on my yard, and it did not work. That don't mean I'm putting Walker-Mall down. It doesn't mean that I put Little John down. I just said they shit did not work with me. I have all the respect for Walker-Mall kennels. Always have had. And here's another thing. Since we're on that subject about asking questions, I just want to say this. I've been down here 3 times. I came down here another time to breed the Walker-Mall. I mean, you know, they made the breeding, okay? Now, I have Walker-Mall kennels. I remember I liked them, okay? But one thing I also noticed about South Carolina, can South Carolina, even including you, Pelican Bay, a lot of these winds, they come at home. Do y'all travel like I do? While you're checking Equalays, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same track here, because one thing for damn sure, when I travel all over the place to do a dog, that means I don't have no problem coming to your backyard. Never have. Okay? I came down here, like I said, 3 times and matched dogs. I've only matched dogs 5 times at home. 5 times at home. So I done already caught up at home. So that means I don't do dogs here at home. I do just enough whoever comes. Other than that, I'm always being a guest of somebody else's place. I always did weights. I never picked out who I'm going into. I don't do that. A lot of times we tried that, it didn't work. We do weights. We don't care who you are. This so happened that, hey, they was talking about all them 2-time winners and 1-time winners over there Crossroad. I'm coming. Just like I went to Puerto Rico and went to that 4-time winner. So worrying about what I've been into, hey, I was out there. Anybody could have picked me up. I never hid from nobody, didn't even care. So, but disrespecting those guys, I don't have to disrespect me, because I had too much, I got too much love for the game. Just because it didn't work for me doesn't mean I was putting them down. So, you know, get your heart out your panties and put them back up there where the dog man belong. A little saving across the ground don't hurt. Because I don't have no reason to disrespect not one of those kennels. I respect them to my utmost. But if it didn't work, it didn't work. I get asked Walker-Mall the same questions. How many times have you left your backyard? Have South Carolina's been where all you won all these wins? I know Mayday came up in here and won. Up in South Carolina. I have 2 dogs that made baby at ROM right there in South Carolina. So there's no reason in the world why I would have any reason to disrespect any dog man in South Carolina. Not one. Maximo, champion Maximo, 4-time winner. He didn't travel, South Carolina. See, one thing I understood about South Carolina, y'all stay home. I mean, I got enough, I can say that. Okay? I can say that and know what the hell I'm talking about. You know, unless somebody want to tell me something different. In my experience has been that in what I even experienced and seen for myself. You guys don't travel a lot. So you'll never hear me questioning. You don't travel, so you're only good at South Carolina. You don't hear me making them kind of statements because I never made it one time. But y'all politics keeps you close to home. That's just a fact. I've been questioning you, Pelican Bay. Did you ever travel? You ever made a trip to Puerto Rico? You ever made a trip up north to go get one? Do you ever made a trip down there as far as Texas or any one of them places to get one? Then don't knock a man that does. And just because I had a little spanking on, didn't disrespect nobody. So I didn't expect nobody to get their hearts hurt because it wasn't meant to hurt anybody's feelings. But what it is what it is. You haven't heard me change not one word of what I said Tuesday, my friend, okay? So calm down. Calm down. All right? There's no bad feelings here. There's no bad feelings. None at all. I ain't never had none towards Crossroad. Crossroad had a lot of 2-time, 1-time winners. When I said they started losing, they started losing. You ain't hear me? I'm not going to change the fact of that. Because by the time I got out, Fatty was not an ROM yet, okay? He's not going to pick up too many journals from 2008 when I got out. That will show you that he was an ROM. So all due respect to Fatty, but he wasn't with all the winners. Toe Jam, same thing. I didn't never question what they were doing here. But I will say, hey, a lot of those dogs was winning right here in South Carolina. South Carolina politics, you don't travel. So, you know, it's only good as where your dogs are. Okay? I made sure that I could go anywhere and everywhere with mine, and I did just that. So give me credit for that much. I wasn't a homeboy. I didn't carry no politics in my back pocket to worry about South Carolina and their politics. I enjoyed coming down here because I was getting hooked, like I did in every other city or wherever the hell else I went. I was glad to go because I was doing what I love to do. And we never once have I disrespected any kennel that's standing across from me, whether they was, like I said, recognized or not. That dog over there in that corner don't know the damn difference. And neither do that one between my legs know the difference. So does it really matter? Hell no. It's not, don't do that because it doesn't make any sense. Not to me. We travel. Your statement about Mayday and the Mayday dogs, you know, you sound like everybody else. You forgot Mayday came up there twice to David Tant. Twice in 1 week and still beating in South Carolina. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. Came up in your house and did it. Number 2. Like I said, you got 3 dogs, 3 champions right there in South Carolina. 2 of them came off of my yard, off of my bitch, right there in South Carolina. So why would I have anything bad to say about South Carolina? Nothing. So please, bro, I didn't take it to heart. I just think maybe it's because of some things that you just didn't know. You know, you don't know me. All right. I've been training dogs for forever. I would be glad to show you a 1983 picture of me and my Dobermans. I was 22 years old, doing the very things that you see me doing now. And guess what? I don't do competitions with my dogs. I don't do shows with my dogs. I don't train my dog for that kind of shit. not me. I train my dogs for me. They're personal protection dogs that I use for me. Always have. Never put them in the show. I didn't have to. That's not what I do. My training is not based on competition or any kind of ring work or confirmation work. It ain't about that. Mine is made for the streets. Strictly for the streets.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what they do. Sorry, my
So
dog.
what was said about the brat?
Didn't nobody say anything about the brat. Well, he probably did. No, he said something about the brat, her accolades. Well, I mean, I wouldn't just talk about the brat. I would talk about all of them. Why is Brat just, I mean, Brat has never been a major piece of my life. Brat was just one of the dogs that I won with. Brat, because she was off of Mayday, is more familiar to everybody. But if you got a journal, she's a sporting dog journal, so championship is right in there. You got all her matches are in there. Don't ask me. Go read. If you ain't got a book, find one. But point is, I was out there. If you're gonna pick and choose, pick on all of them. Can't explain them all of them off. You know what I mean? You act like that was the only one on the yard. What about Pretty Mama? Psycho. Buck Rogers. Carnivore. Mikey. I had too many other dogs out there, bros, and I don't sit at home. Judo, I mean, I can keep on running them. Okay? One thing I don't jump. When I was out there matching dogs, there was no accolades that I was looking for. I was looking for people to get on the other side of that wall. All right? At least I traveled to find that. You know, come on. That's a whole lot better than sitting around home looking for it. I wasn't a homeboy like that. I went where the party was, and I like having those parties wherever I go. And I've never been to a place that I wasn't kindly treated good, especially in South Carolina. Yeah, y'all treat your people good. You know, I had a nice time at Crossroads House, even after the loss. So I don't have no hard feelings to him. I mean, come on, the truth is the facts. What I say, you can go pick up the journal and go read them all yourself. Same with walk them all. Okay? Not saying because you make them any less of a kennel because they didn't travel, just so everybody wanted to come to South Carolina because you guys don't travel. If we want to go in the yard, we'll come to your yard. That just proves the point. Mayday wanted to go. They wanted Mayday. Mayday came to your yard. I wanted to go and Lock and Load. Didn't know who Lock and Load was, but I know Crossroad was. Hey, they was a good kennel. I'm coming. He didn't scare me away. So regardless of what you're thinking about me, you better figure that one part out about me. I am a dog man, and I don't care who's standing over there. That's all the accolades I need. And respect everybody that's standing on the other side. And I didn't make it a habit of passing out ones.
Well, you know the point schedule.
And you know, you made the point about the one thing, you know, recognize, you go look at me in his match, they did get a 1 for beating me. Okay? So that's enough for me. Now that we got that out the way, let's get into some other shit, y'all. Let's have some fun today. You know, I got a chat thing sitting right here in front of me today where I can look down and see the chats. And I can look and read and respond a little bit today. You know, Mike wants to get more involved with you guys. And we want to start peeping in on you guys. Where y'all at? Okay? Look, guys, we ain't gonna go back. And one thing about me, I'm not one of them ones that's gonna go back and forth with guys like that. But see, everybody don't know me. You guys don't know me. So all you know is what I'm trying to teach you. And based on what I'm teaching you and what I'm showing you, you know what I'm saying? How can you question? You can't question this, because there's one thing you can't say. Twin don't do dogs. Twin ain't had no dogs. Twin didn't travel. These are all the things you can't say to twin. Okay? There's enough dog man out there that can speak up for me that I don't need to speak up for that part right there. So guys, when I tell you guys, I always say what I tell you. I say it's what I done. What I done. Now, if I did something and I don't like it and I told you guys I didn't like it, doesn't mean that, you know, you don't go over that way. Because I get asked a lot of questions to a lot of these dogs, especially when we start talking about South Carolina. You know, never questioned that dog over there. You never heard me question none of those dogs, about none of them. I wouldn't bred the little John. when they were talking about Big John, I still went and bred to him. So come on, man. Come on, you know for a fact when I bred the little John, Big John was already gone. So if I thought that he was a piece of shit and went along with the story everybody was talking about, I wouldn't have never messed with Walkamar. Especially send my bitch up there to get bread to him. All right? So I had to have some type of respect, and I don't remember nothing he ever done to me to lose that respect for me. So if he took something hard, you know, don't ask me how I raised the puppy. I raised them like I raised all going hard dogs. They didn't make the team. Not taking nothing away from them. They just didn't make my team. Okay? I hope I put a rest to that. And I hope I didn't hurt no more feelings or got up under anybody's skin where when you get to the point where you start asking questions because you already know I will start asking questions back. Okay? Give me the same respect. Then when I come back, then get the same respect back. Nothing hard. No fouls, guys. There was no fouls. No fouls. I still love the boy. I'm still subscribed to him. How you think I heard about it? I was watching the show. I just didn't have a chance to get in there and chime in like I wanted to. You know, because he had his feelings on his chest. But you don't know enough about me to speak on me. Not one thing you spoke in anything like you kind of know me. I mean, all the way down to the training part. I don't do competition bullshit, bro. Never have, never will, because that's not me. I don't take nothing away from those who do, but that's not what I do. You know, we go out and we guard and we protect and we deal with issues, and it's not nothing I'm gonna get out of the ring or show or some type of competition. It's something I use when I'm out there in those streets and I do what I do. You don't know enough about me to know what I do with those dogs, so. One thing I don't do. So it's different type of way that I train my dogs, okay? And when I spoke on the fact that I don't give out treats or play with toys to train my dogs, I don't. Because in my way of training, I'm a little bit more serious and more in depth. That I just don't do that because, you know, that's just not the way I do things. Not knocking the way anything is being done. As long as you get the same results, that's all that matters to me. Okay? So Pelican Bay, I love you too, bro. All right? Don't want you to feel bad about nothing. And you tell Walkamall and you tell Crossroads that I always still hold the utmost respect. Same thing that made me deal with Walkamall, I still had those same feelings towards Walkamall. Same thing that had me pick up the phone and call Crossroad and say, hey, I'll come down to you then that's the reason why. Okay? I had all the respect in the world. Why you think I called him? Sure wasn't scared of him. Even though I lost, still didn't lose no respect for the man. I had fun there. Okay? I'm just gonna let you know. Lock and load, next time out, quit in 41 minutes. 41 minutes. Okay? Did you know that? Okay, just in case you didn't know. You know, any dog that beat me, I want to see him go all the way. So yeah, I kept up with him. I would like to see him win. But he didn't. You know? So, salute, what's up, fellas? Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's the title of this show today, man? I'm trying to figure out what is the title. What are we going to talk about?
We're talking about the relationship between kennels.
Oh, that's a good one. Good one. Relationship between kennels. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I can tell you a lot of things about kennels and relationships because I am definitely one of them. I believe in good kennel relationships. This is probably why I got as good as I was, because I had good kennel relationships. I had a lot of good kennels, and in those kennels, I had a relationship with all of them. Even with the guys that I would go into in my own hometown. One of the hardest places for us to go into each other was at home. But when it comes for us to stand behind one, I'm with them. I stand behind mine, every one of them. I still behind every kennel in my relationship with them. I would be right there betting with them. If they needed me for something, I'd be right there. The one thing for damn sure I was right there to see it. Shit. If y'all ain't in no relationship with no kennels, how y'all gonna get there to see the plays? Remember, me and my relationship, I got the chance to see all the great dogs, all the great guys, in all the different places. Just you want to have a good relationship with kennels. When you start messing with kennels that you don't know and you don't have a relationship, then I would try to build one before I do any business. See, one thing they missed about Walkmore, me and old man would have some good talk, so I can't understand why he would think that I would want to disrespect him just by telling him the little John puppies didn't work out for me. I mean, the man knew his shit. The man had a lot of champions coming off the yard. You know? I always say, it's not the man who can take a dog on the yard and win with him that makes you great. It's what the dog and the blood does off your yard that make you even better. Because what good is it if guys can't take my dogs and go out there and win with them? It makes me think that, you know, when I'm looking at it like that, well, why they can only win on your yard? Okay? That's the question. A lot of guys will ask that question. You know what I mean? It's a question that everybody seems to be afraid of when they're out there throwing these dogs out and selling them. Okay? Because that's the draw. They got a lot of winners and stuff going on their yard, and they're moving dogs, studying dogs and all that. The question is, can those dogs leave your yard and go to their yard and make them just as famous as you? Good question. Kennel relation. Kennel relation. If you're going to sell somebody a dog, you don't know what you're grabbing out of them litters. Nobody never knows. You think you do, but you never know until you put it to the test. If I didn't think I was going to have something good out of that stuff, you think I would have bred it? No. No, give me credit. You give me credit, you put him back on the pedestal that I put him on when I picked up the phone and asked to breed the little John. So calm down. Damn. Okay? It's a respectful game. I'm still that honorable guy. I still say any man that stands on the other side of that wall deserves all the respect, regardless of who he is. Because you have to understand what he did to get there. What it takes to be there. That's what you call kennel relationship, the respect of whoever's over there. Respect that. And I hope they would give me the same respect back. Win or lose, the respect should be there. Because it's only a game for gentlemen. All right? If you're breeding dogs, you're selling dogs, try to make sure you get the guys out there some good shit that they can win with your dogs. Because the last thing a breeder wants to hear is, we can't win with your shit. Why? What's the secret? Is everybody raising their puppies right? Is there a booklet that you need to be passing out when you sell us a puppy? You know, how we can get our dogs to do what your dogs are doing? Good questions. Kennel relationship, why not? Why not? Always respect the people that you deal with. If you don't know them, get to know them before you do business with them. You know, you find out the weirdest things after you do business with them, then, you know, it's never going to be a good thing. And this is where kennel relationships plays a big part. Because a good kennel relationship will take you all over the place, fellas. These guys will sit down there and tell you their stories. They will give you advice. They would tell you, come on, man, let's go do this. I'm getting ready to go do one. And take you with them. This is how I got around. This is how I got around. This is why I can say some of the stuff that I said, because I had good kennel relationships with many kennels. Remember, I told you I could never go into a kennel that I had a relationship with. Not a one. The bigger they are, am I keeping myself out of trouble by not going into them? No. I don't think that was it. I mean, I'm pretty sure if any one of them would ever call me out, I'd laugh and say, I'm glad you calling me out because I would have never called you out. The one thing about kennel relationship, not a one of them ever did that. Not a one. Even when Mike and Jesse got mad at me, they didn't want to come wreck my yard. But if they had knocked on my door, I'd obliged them. But it's just a certain thing when it comes to a relationship, it just don't do it. You know, I went into my own people at home. That's just how home is. But I'll jump in the same car with them and say, let's go. Let's go. Be right there with them when they shit. It will be right there with them. That's what you call kennel relationship. You don't lose and be mad about it. You go get you another dog and try later. You know what I'm saying, fellas?
Talk about the dogs that you actually let get off the yard.
Wasn't a lot of them. I really don't see a lot of them getting off the yard.
Where certain people got their hands on our dogs.
Oh, they mean that certain people got their hands on our dogs. Okay, because remember, you can pull puppies out. Look, I had one guy, he had a little John puppy. He wasn't really a puppy, but he was old enough. He raised him. One day he called me and he said, Twin, my puppy quit. And he was old enough to be tested and he quit. Okay? Sad thing to say, but here's the thing. Here's what he did wrong. He turned around and he sold the puppy. Okay, and that puppy turned right around and he quit in somebody else's hand. Now you got a guy mad at him. Because this guy spent his money thinking he was getting a good dog because the way he was bred. And the guy, I'm pretty sure, didn't tell him that his dog quit, but he told me he quit. But I've seen where the guy was coming at him and mad about it because the guy got in contact with me and told me. Twin, dude, the dog quit. But I mean, the dog shouldn't have been around for you even to take. You see what I'm saying? See, that's not good kennel relationship. You took a dog that quit and didn't do the right thing with him. You passed him off to somebody else. And then he turned around and did it to somebody else. You think that guy will ever come back and say anything to you or get anything from you? No. But he'd probably be quicker to buy another one from me. Because I explained to him, when you grab puppies out litters, you don't know what you're getting. You don't know what you're getting, guys. It's a whole process that we talk about right now. You can look at that dog back there and he can look like he muscled up, got the best attitude and everything. But until he get his ass over there and he's facing somebody else, none of that matter. None of that matters because you don't know what's going to happen until it start happening. The only way is to start happening is to make it happen. Do what you got to do with them to see. You don't get rid of, you don't sell off your curs. You're going to sell off your curs, you have them spayed, and you have them spayed and neutered, and put them in a good home. Give them to the pound. But you don't pass it on to somebody who's trying to do something. You gotta have respect for the game. And the game does consist of money, but that kind of money and those kind of moves are not, those are not good moves, guys. You get rid of your courage, you go get them neutered, and you put them in a good home. Okay? If you don't want to do that, then there's always ways to, taking care of those kind of animals that you cannot afford to get out there in the streets and get some child or some helpless dog destroyed because he shouldn't have never been around. Okay? That was my biggest thing all the time. I didn't want to be responsible for putting a dog on the street that could become a danger to somebody else. So I had a habit that I just didn't do that at all. So you can read between the lines and you can understand what I did. I'm not taking no chances of this dog getting out there hurting nobody and nobody's pet or anything like that. So the best thing for this dog is to go to bed. It's best for me, best for him. Somebody else get him, mistreat him, dog him up, not meant to do what you want him to do. So it then becomes an abusive thing, and you shouldn't have never put the little poor dog through all that anyway. He was no use to you, then you don't need to put him on somebody else unless you neuter him and put him in a good home. Y'all hearing me, fellas? Y'all feeling me, fellas? Just want to know if y'all with me, fellas, because I love you too. Now, another thing about relationships and kennels. Remember I told you, I said I had one guy call me on the phone. He knew I had some breedings out there that some guys owed me. I had Luke Hain. They owed me. Let me see. Windy City owed me. Yeah, wait a minute. Jake Snake owed me. So I done had a lot of them out there, okay? And the funny thing about it, a lot of the guys were able to call me, and I'm sitting there with breedings on the shelf that I would give away. Hey, twin, you still got that? Did you ever get that breeding off? No, man, I ain't get. You got something you want to breed to them? Yeah, well, go ahead, man. Just throw me a puppy here or there. See, I have a couple of them you can spare, just throw me one. Hey, guess what? That's going to come back later. Because if I don't get one, guess what? It don't matter because I can pick up the phone and ask him if he got one day, and guess what he's going to do? Whatever you need, bro. That's that kennel relationship I'm talking about. I was that kind of guy. I really did that. I think I did it like 3 or 4 times. I bred the Barracuda with Pretty Mama. Didn't have much. Some big goofy dogs is what it was, but that doesn't take nothing away from Barracuda. Don't let the puppies take away from the dog that the dog was, okay? Don't no puppy make the dog. Okay, if you get one and they don't all win, you maybe get 1 or 2, every once in a while you get 3. But those are in short order numbers. Those ain't, real consistent numbers, right? Like in the game, guys. There's a reality check here. There's a reality check. Okay, so let's stay inside the reality realm. You want to keep good relationships with all the people that you deal with in this thing because it's really still a fraternity. It's still a fraternity. And you want to have a good relationship with the guys in the fraternity. You have a bad relationship, who's gonna want to deal with you? You know? Who's gonna want to play with you? If they don't believe in you, they don't want to deal with you, then you know your time is gonna be real hard out there. You know what I mean? So as y'all build this thing back up and you get these networks to going, it's all about dealing with the right people. So many of these young guys are dealing on hearsay and naysay in, you know, whatever the part of the realm, you're either gonna be a Democrat or a Republican type thing. You know what I'm saying? You're so quick to talk about what somebody else done. Okay, most of the time it's those who out there that's doing that haven't experienced the fact enough to know that. You know, I'm not gonna down no Kennels for not traveling. Okay, but can't no Kennel that doesn't travel knock a person that does. Because when we travel, we get a chance to go to different areas to see all realms of dogs and what kind of dogs are in these areas. Hey, why you think I kept coming to South Carolina? I wanted to. Okay, I mean, I did win too down here. I enjoyed that. I just wanted to go after somebody who had a little bit more taste to the butt because I seen them in the journal. You know, somebody actually brought their attention to me
While we was there.
While we was there. Yeah, after our second win, they bought them up. I'm like, hey, okay, I looked into them. Hey, they got a lot of one-time winners and two-time winners. And they had the dogs was yellow. And yeah, he had some nice Mayday dogs on the yard too. Even when I went into them. But I didn't call them out because I was beefing with them. I wasn't beefing with them. I wasn't calling their dogs garbage. If I was thinking their dog was garbage, I wouldn't have took that trip. We don't take trips for nothing, guys. We take trips for a reason. Because we never know what's going to happen on any given Sunday. Like we said about the games. Basketball, football, and you don't know the outcome until the outcome has been proven. So live your life in this game the same way. Those rules still apply to us. To us. You can be the smallest, little, newest kennel, ain't got but one dog on your yard. Just one dog. And you can go out there and shock the world with that one dog. Okay? Because you never know what you got until you put it out there. You never know how good your area is, like Akron, my hometown. You know how we knew how good we were? We sure didn't learn it at home. We didn't find out how good we was until we got outside of home. Well, we had been lost. Our dog was so good that we was running into each other. Our levels was very high because when we stepped outside of home, we had a whole lot of kennels out of our hometown, man. They had great dogs. You pick up your journals and they're all in there. I ain't just talking. We had journals back then to prove my point. And the proof is there. The proof is there. We was fast lane and we didn't know it until we got outside of home. We can do what we was doing a little easier, to be honest, than what we was dealing with at home. So that showed me too. We upped our level of dogs at home. But we all traveled and we wasn't afraid to travel and we wasn't afraid to go anywhere and into anybody. And that goes for every guy in Akron. I salute y'all. Because there's one thing that we don't have to whine and cry about, and that's who we went into. We went into whoever wanted to go into us. That's what we went into. And this is how you guys want to feel, and this is how you guys want to think, and this is how you want to raise your yard. Don't give your yard credit until you go and earn the credit. But in the whole time you're doing that, man, Get to know the people around you. Get to know the kennels around you. Get a relationship with the kennels. Remember, these kennels, we need to start plugging back in and getting this network. These kennels is the only way we can network. You guys ain't out there in the world to be out here buying dogs. You know what I'm saying? You're really not, because y'all don't have a network. You don't. You know, what might be good in your area might not be good in the open world. All right? It doesn't make you trash. Listen to me. It don't make you trash. It's just you're in an area that, you know, that your level is not up to the level that when you get out there, you finding out, why am I still losing? You know, you're having good dogs, but you're not. You might be on a C-class level with those dogs. It doesn't make your dogs trash. You just have to understand what's going on here. Your dogs may not have been up to the level of fast lane. Okay? It might look good just in your area, but that tells you a lot about your area. All right? If you can win at home, then you can step away from home. Guys that like to travel, I love that. You get to see so many other people. Guys that like to stay home, as long as you got a good place and safe place. I wasn't a kennel I ever went to that, you know, that I didn't feel safe when I got there. But I could realize in some of those cases that it wasn't safe when I got there. But one thing for damn sure, I was there. And that's all we're trying to figure out right now, guys. And we're trying to figure that out for you guys. How can you guys network and have these kennel relationships when you don't know who the kennels are? You know what I mean? This is what we want to talk about when we talk about kennel relationships. You know what I mean? A lot of the old timers, hey, there's such a big gap between me and y'all now that there's so much in between this scrambled up and moving around. Scrambled up and just moving around. You cannot find what you're trying to find because there's no network there. There's no real true kennel relationships out there. Remember, guys is starting to tuck their stuff up under their wing. Barely want you to even know they got dogs. Barely even want to tell you how they bred. All right? A lot of them just be having them just to talk about them. And that's it. A lot of them want to do something. Okay? But you want to know who those guys is, then you got to get a relationship. So my rule still stands. Never bash a kennel that's willing to stand across from you. Never bash a kennel that's willing to stand across from you. You know? You can sit there and say, I'm going into nothing but top ranks. Well, the way I see it, either you're going to have a lot of money and a heavy following, or sometimes you're going to have to settle for what you can get. I mean, to me, it got to a point where we had to settle for times where it was like, we get there and it's like like I said, a conspiracy theory type thing. You know, where guys is literally getting mad because we was there. We call weights. We don't call out names. And we call out names, the person I'm talking to knows exactly who I am. So when we come to that agreement, we already understand who I am and who they are. You call out weights, don't nobody know nothing. Stipulations are made, and then that's it. We'll see whatever it is when we get there. And that's how the game goes. But it starts off with having a relationship, man. You gotta have some of The best dogs in the world, you can have some of the worst dogs in the world. But as long as they out there trying, you ain't gonna have me disrespecting them. You'll hear me tell the truth. Now, if the truth hurts, then hey, if the truth hurts, then as long as you know it's the truth. You just don't want everybody to know the truth. That's the only way it can hurt. You know the truth. The only time it start hurting is when somebody else knows the truth. When somebody speaks the truth. You don't want to go through that. So be honest and just keep it real. Remember, that's one of the things I said in the video. Always keep it real. You play real, then be real. Other than that, I want to hear about the dogs like when we start looking for guys that you want to grow with. You understand? If you have your lane, and then you have the game. There's a whole lot happens in the game before you get to that lane. You want to have a relationship with different kennels to check your progress. So you have to have a relationship. Some of them turn into grudge matches. Some of them turn into friendly shows. Some of them just turn into this oblivion. They don't even know what up. Half the time they don't even know the dog name that they was standing over there across from. What if you was into testing? Uh-oh, I got the wife calling. The red phone ringing. Yes, dear. Okay, I'm right in the middle of the show, honey. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. They sitting there listening. They listening. She said, hey, y'all. Okay, I'll be there after the show. I don't know. Maybe sometimes she just thinks, she forgets the show is going on. And notice that there's a couple times she did it. I ain't guys. Yeah, I have a show today that makes you wonder, did she be listening? I don't think they be listening. Back on the relationship. When you want to check your progress, you got to have somebody to check it with, right? Me, I did a lot at home. I did a lot of my homework at home. And when I did go outside of home, I went outside of home looking for bigger results because now I'm changing up. But I had a relationship with the type of guys that had the kind of caliber that I would be able to just say, okay, even if it took me to drive to go see it. I told you I used to drive all the way from Ohio all the way down to North Carolina. All the way from Ohio to North Carolina just to make sure that I would know that I got somebody I can go to get the look that I'm looking for. Why it's free. And they didn't mind like I didn't mind. That was a good kennel relationship. Okay? Even if you're just trying to learn, get a good kennel relationship with somebody that's active. Because that person will piggyback you to the whole game. Because that's not what happened to me. I picked it back. One guy took me, and the next thing you know, I was around everybody. Good relationships make good partners and makes good fun, makes good stories. A lot of good shows. This is where you get a chance to see the greats even when you didn't have anything. You get your good relationship, you get a chance to see the way it looks before you even get there. A lot of you new guys, that's the only way I can see it happening. You guys, you gotta get these old guys and these guys that then lock their doors and lock y'all out. You gotta knock on them doors, man. I gotta knock on them doors. See, there's so much kennel bashing that don't nobody want to see their kennel getting bashed. And half the time it's by nobody's anyway. You know, it happens, but the bigger your relationship with the kennels, man, you got receipts to tell you, hey man, look, the dude's got good dogs. You guy's a good guy. You see? That's just by having kennel relationships. You know, that's the best thing you want to have when raising dogs. Got a problem? Who can you pick up the phone and call? Do you have enough kennel relationships in your coming up that you can pick up the phone and call a couple of them? Right? Do you got a good relationship with any kennels? When you need to get hooked, can you pick up the phone and they'll be like, hey, I'll look out for you. Hey, I'll call you back. Let me call Jimmy. Do you have those type of relationships? If you don't, then you're on a long road the hard way. Okay? We have to open up the game, and we got to keep it open. And the only way we're going to be able to do that, guys, in the basement is we got to have kennel relationship. In the basement is more respectful than the internet. Because in the basement, you have the respect that's due. And then that's not going to give you that respect. All right? When you get down in the basement, it's a due respect thing, man. I might say things about kennels, but it's not a disrespectful thing that I have anything to say. It's not a kennel out there that I can say anything disrespectful about. I can tell you all the bad shit that they do. I can tell you the bad shit that happens. I can tell you shit that they do and do wrong, but it's not a bashing. I'm just telling you what they do. It might not look good, it might not look pretty, it might not be right. Okay? You just got to know, hey, I can't mess with them boys. Them boys be tripping. Well, I can't mess with them boys. Them dudes be down some bullshit. Yeah, that right there is still a relationship that you have figured out with that particular kennel. It's still a relationship, whether it's bad or good. But you need a lot of good ones out there, guys, if you want to play. Remember back in the old days, it wasn't a money thing. It was more like a dog food thing. It was more like a buckle or a belt or, you know what I mean? So that relationship, that they can have those little rivalries and they be friendly rivalries, okay? These days is almost close to being like a war, okay? And it's good to be that way. But then after the war's over, it's over. No? Win or lose. I respect and never disrespected a dog that I beat. Never once. Don't talk about him. I beat him. You know, I might call him a piece of shit. But that's dog talk. You're going to hear that a lot in the game. And that dog's a piece of shit. Okay? You're going to hear that a lot in the game. You know? This is not meant for soft skin. You know? So, guys, get your relationships with the people that's going to help you. Very much so. Stay true to the game, and it will fall in your lap. Better breedings? We don't know half the breedings out here. We sure don't. I'm still trying to figure them out. I'm still asking questions, guys. I'm still asking you guys questions. And I hear people always saying, Twin, I want a good dog. Well, I don't know where to get him a good dog. I don't know where to send them. Only one thing can help me with that is the relationship I got in this chat room with you guys right here. And I don't even know what half you guys got. I've seen pedigrees, yes. I've talked to you guys, yes. But when somebody asks such a question, I don't know enough about you guys, to really be a big help. You know, because if I send somebody, I'm expecting them to come back and say thank you.
Oh, you got a whole lot of old schools out there trying to give you dogs.
Yeah, I know.
Don't say that you don't know where they at.
Well, I know a lot of old school guys. They're trying to give me dogs. I didn't say they're trying to give me dogs to put in y'all hands. They're trying to give me dogs to get me back in here to play. Yeah, there's some good ones still out there. Old school guys, they got them. They still around, but then a lot of the old school's been through the mill, and they cannot afford the situation that they see in the game now. You know, that's why you're seeing a lot of things going into the private sector. You know what the private sector is? The kennel relationship is becoming more and more private. How you gonna learn anything, and how you gonna be able to see anything great if everybody has moved down into this private mode? You know, it makes it harder for new guys because there's no space for y'all. Nobody's making room for y'all. Okay? This is a way to stop it. If everybody's cut down on the get something and try to be something first. That's what I gotta say. I would have to say, get something and be something. Work on that part right there. Regardless of what everybody else say. What everybody else do. Do for you. Work on doing for you. Because that is the most important thing. And use by any means necessary the information that's available to you to make you better. Okay? There's so many things out here you don't know who to turn to or who to talk to. The last place you can come if you don't have no other option is Twin. Because again, guys, what do I have to lose? I don't have nothing to lose. Nothing. I have been out so long that I have nothing even to gain but you guys. You guys are the only thing that I can gain out of this. And that's the most exciting thing for me, because I get to catch y'all at the raw end. When we're going to start, like I said, when we're going to have somebody else to talk about instead of still talking about Victor. We're going to have something else to talk about when we can get beyond the historical moments of the game. Okay, because history's still being made. History is still being made. It's just not being made as gallantly as it used to be. Because a lot of the good and the great ones and the better ones are either gone, out, or private. And that's a hard ride to ride on too. Hard ride to ride on. When you're new. You know what I mean? Today, I had a day like, I was thinking about the kennels, because Mike, he wanted to talk about the relationship of the kennels. Because if you notice, I think it really has something to do with, it's like, you know, it's wrong to say something about a kennel. We can sit there and say all the good things sometimes, but then as soon as you say something is considered bad, you know, y'all kennels gotta accept y'all bad. I accept losing. I've always been able to accept losing. So there's no need for me to say something bad about somebody. I was down there breeding. The victor in his yard was so terrible. You know, my dog got sick. I didn't say nothing bad, but I was mad. Don't let my dog die down there. I didn't lose no respect for him. But hey, you gonna take care of my shit though. You gotta take care of my animal. You got it, you gotta take care of it. You know what I'm saying? It's still a relationship. You know, don't take my friendship or my relationship with you and take advantage of it by mistreating my animal. You better be treating my animal just as good as your own, if not better, because it's not yours, it's mine. Very important. So guys out there that's taking your dogs and sending them off getting bread, you know, it don't always take, it don't always work. Sometimes, like I said, I made breedings that didn't take and probably would have went back later, but I never had a chance to go back because at the time I had moved on to something else. It was on another target or another option or something like that. And a lot of those guys, you know, remember, I'm paying for these stats. But it was never really an issue because it wasn't one of them that I could not go back to. It was one. It was one. It was one. But it was understandable. It was definitely understandable. But other than that, there's no need to be paying for a stud fee if you don't feel like you're going to get treated right. Because why would you go breed to something if you're not sure about what you breed? Why would you go even waste your time if you're not sure that it's going to work out for you? Okay, everything that I did, as far as choice of where I went, who I bred to, I always did it in the confidence that, you know, that I'm going to meet somebody and it's going to be a good relationship because we have a thing in common. And as long as we understand that and respect that, hey, we all talk shit. This is a game for thick skin. You know? It's definitely, and it can be jokeful sometimes. We can make jokes. You know? But disrespect, no. If I ever disrespected anybody out there, I'm the first one to say I'm sorry. I don't have no problem retracting something I might have said wrong. Retracting something I might have gave you the wrong info. You're not going to catch me sitting up here trying to give an excuse on those kind of things. I'm going to try to fix it and straighten it out and give you what it is. Especially if it ain't right. Okay? It's the same thing as losing. I'm not going to give a bunch of excuses of why I lost. I might get around some fellas and we might have discussions about it. But it's not going to change regardless of how many times and how long we talk about it. It's not going to change the fact that it's a loss. You know, you might have to analyze and break it down and see it might have been some mistakes made and things like that. But, you know, hey, if you cannot talk to guys that's with you or around you or other different kennels to get their outside opinion on those things, because it's really an outside opinion, you know, you might not like it, but accept it and appreciate it and respect it. We might not like a lot of things that we say because we dog men, but that doesn't mean I don't respect you. You know what I mean? You know, I'm a jarhead, so I goes there. I don't have a problem going there. But you guys know that much about me. You know, and y'all respect that. You know, y'all do respect that. Like I respect y'all. You know, I really do. And this is what we're learning today to do. Because we're starting to see this trend. And we're doing more whining than banging. You know what I'm saying? We're asking too many questions when you shouldn't be asking too many questions. The questions that you guys are asking are all the wrong questions. You know, who cares? Stop worrying about everybody else's yard and deal with your own. If there's controversy in your own yard, the best way to deal with that controversy is to go right at it direct. That's all. You don't have to prove shit to nobody. But you know, if you're in the game, me personally, I'll be like, I have some dogs. Oh, it would be on. It would be on, because when it comes to the proving to me, to prove anything to me, you got to go back over there where it count at. Because all this other stuff don't matter. It doesn't mean anything. You have to go get your results from where it count at. You know, that's the best way to deal with these dogs. Is in to have fun. Get a gut thing barbecue together and just go have a barbecue party. And eat good, drink good, and have some fun. You know? And in the midst of that, we take care of any unforeseen issues that needs to be proven for the night. Because that's all it is. It's proving day. Game day. Okay? It's very important for y'all guys to kind of get this part together, because I hate, you know, somebody take the good stuff and overlook everything good and try to find something wrong. And you find something wrong and you want to make that a conversation, when you shouldn't. We doing too much of that. Okay? I mean, there's a lot of bad things that I can say, you know, that happens to me when it comes to the dog game. But it's only bad because, okay, I had 40 dogs on one day, and next thing you know, I'm down to 20. Okay, that's a bad day. Okay? Days like that right there. You know, but them were good days, because guess what? It was a proven day. I went out and I lost one. Had to pick him up. Right? Bad day. But today, it was a good day. Why? Because we still made it to proving day. Win or lose. How can you ever disrespect a man that takes that kind of time to take their dog and put them in shape for all those weeks? And it takes a lot of time. You turn around, and he might go out there and lose in 12 minutes. Did he deserve to be dogged? Do he deserve to be treated bad? No. But does that mean because we say, man, your dog quit in 12 minutes? Is that being disrespectful? No. It's not being disrespectful. These are things we're going to have to accept when it happens, because don't everybody go undefeated. So come on, guys, work with that. Work with that. This is probably going to be one of my worstest shows, because I'm sitting here teaching kennels how to have a relationship with kennels during a time that kennels are so divided. Nobody want to hear this shit right now. I can guarantee you, nobody in this chat room want to talk about the neighbors that they're in the very same chat room with right now. Y'all want to talk about let's do some warming. Let's talk some of that keep shit, Twin. Twin, why are we talking about this kennel stuff? Because we're running into it too much. Guys are taking these things all out and personal. I mean, I've never seen an attack on a dog that's been dead down there. I forgot when Mayday died, but he's been dead. I mean, you would think I've never heard Mayday's name so much since I've been back into the game. I haven't. You know, I don't remember us beating up Jeep this bad. It's like it's a major conversation. Get a dog credit where it's due. Because when you can't do that on outside the box, then don't expect it in your own box. You know what I'm saying? Because my question to all those doubters and all those namesayers, you haven't done nothing, nowhere close to Mayday. No more, no way. So stop it. It makes you look like a hater. Because you can say all these things, but what do you got that matches up to anything that Mayday, Brad, Twisted, Luke Kane? I mean, I showed y'all 15 of those dogs. It would have been, and then turn around, I turned right around and did it with another line. Then I can turn around and do it with another line. And then, but we spend more time talking about, you know, them stealing the dog and who got the dog and what they did with the dog than giving the actual credit where it's due. It's so hard for people to give credit where it's due. It seems like the controversies and the conversations of putting people down has become such a popular thing now than, you know, than the actual fact of what really matters. You know, every time I hear something about Mayday, I'm looking at who's saying it, and yet I have not seen anything out of the people I've heard whining and still talking about him. I haven't seen nothing in not one of their yards that can compare to what this dog had done. Nobody. You're not James Crenshaw. You're not Mr. Garrett. You're not Victor. You have no idea. It makes good conversation because it seems like this game has become built on putting guys down. I mean, when I don't feel like I'm putting anybody down, but you know, when you take it like I'm putting them down, then I would have to say, well, if I sound like I'm putting them down, then I might be putting them down, but I'm not disrespectfully putting them down. I would rather say that I'm respectfully putting them down than to disrespectfully put them down. Okay? You know, I hear the same thing about Buck. You know, everybody got your own line. Everybody talk their own line. But until some of these complainers and whiners and stuff like that start getting back to where it really count at inside there, then it really starts looking like, you know, don't look good. It really don't look good. Let's talk about what's going on now. You know, where we're headed now. What are our lines now? Where are our breedings now? What about our kennels now? You know, these are the things that I want to talk about. I need Pelican Bay, I need Fat Wheel, I need 7-8, I need Pro Game, I need all these guys, every podcast out there, Triple J, I need all you guys. I need all you guys because all you guys are the nucleus of what keeps this thing where it's at. You know what I mean? If we can't teach these guys how to act, and we can't show these guys how we must present ourselves out there to them as a unit, as a fraternity, we have to throw rocks at each other constantly to get views, then I'm going to get out of it. You know, my time is short. So I don't have time for all that. I can go back to being the twin that was kicked back and thought himself was nothing but a convict when he left the dog game. That's it. I came back in as a legend, and I didn't do that. I came back in and people realized what I was doing, what I had done was real useful for me to sit out here and tell you guys. And that's why I'm here. And we have to get all that stuff back on track, fellas. We got to get that stuff back on track. We are being too mean to each other. And then the things that we're not trying to be mean about, you know, are becoming mean. You know, let's stop trying to dig into somebody's accolades and get your own. You know what I mean? Don't try to match your accolades. There's not too many guys can match your accolades up to me because I am nowhere. I am not. Remember, I have told you guys, compared to the guys that were my mentors, I'm nowhere close to them. Nowhere close to them. So there's no way in the world that I'm sitting on some damn steeple or you know, Mount Sinai acting like I'm Moses with this damn tablet, because I'm not that guy. I ain't never tried to be that guy. Right? Never wanted to be that guy. I just wanted to play. In the process of me playing, it took me around into a lot of shit. That's all. I'm telling y'all exactly what I done. Now, if I got my opinions about my opinions, leave my opinions alone. You know what I mean? Leave my opinions alone. Just like I leave y'all's alone. Okay? Because sometimes those opinions can be nice. It's just best not to say nothing at all. I give you guys a little truth, and some people get heartbroken. Think I'm talking about them. When I ain't, not one thing that I say was a lie. Actually, I gave you a little bit more information that you kind of missed out on. So, I mean, I don't want to start us getting into that. We want to start knowing it was what it was. You know, it's because I spoke of something that I knew. I mean, it was my experience. So why can't I tell you guys and be able to be honest to you guys and give you my opinion? I want to be able to do that with all you guys and still keep a good kennel relationship. No harm, no fouls. No harms, no fouls. So there's a lot of shit that may come out of twin mouth because I am who I am. Trust me, if it ever feels like it's being disrespectful to you, there's nothing wrong with saying twin. You know, it kind of felt a certain type of way. Because if I didn't mean it to be disrespectful, then you're going to hear me explain it to you just like that. But bro, I might have said that, but it wasn't meant in a disrespectful way because I'm not trying to disrespect you. You know, sometimes I get in that Marine mode and it's not being a disrespectful thing, you know. I mean, it probably was because, you know, when I was in the Marine Corps, you know how they, you know, boot camp guys, if you ain't never been in the service, I know I got a few Marines in here. You know how they be treating you, you know. Do we call that disrespect? Do you really believe that they was really disrespecting us? You know what I'm saying? Doing the shit they was doing to us? You know, I never looked at it like, you know, when it was all said and done with, you know, man, you know, that dude was disrespectful. He was disrespecting the hell out of me. I never really took it like that. Because how can you fall in place in the way that they trained us, in the way they taught us, in such a grueling ass way that, were we taking it as being disrespectful? Because if we sure wasn't saying shit. We sure wasn't poking our chest out. And for some odd reason, If it was a whole bunch of disrespectful shit going on up in there, they sure got our damn respect. This is what I try to put together with the game. I'm like Big Brother. It might sound like I'm being disrespectful, you know, to some of you guys because you don't know the difference between, you know, the level of me being a jarhead and the things that we do, you know, and I will tell you quick, I'm not ever trying to disrespect not a guy in here. Now, it will come down a time where it's going to be your turn. Your turn. Where you're going to have that level of, are they going to respect you or are they going to disrespect you? Are they going to disrespect you when you win or are they going to disrespect you when you lose? You know, what kind of game is that when that's all y'all guys are getting out of this? A story to tell. And it's usually a disrespectful story because that's the way the person takes it when they hear somebody talking about them. You know, don't ask dumbass questions unless you really got something that can bring that back. I think Fat Bill has more right to ask me anything than anybody else out there. Really. I think a lot of these old guys, you know who you are, has more right to ask me anything. I mean, anything about my life, my world. You know, it's all right to ask me questions, but to ask my credentials, man, there's things out there. You know, I'm in the journal. I'm not one of them guys who's sitting on the boat, you know, sitting up there talking about I'm not reporting. I felt like it was important for me to report because all my other friends were reporting. All my other mentors were reporting. And in the process of all this reporting, we built a strong foundation within the fraternity that did not last. We got sloppy. Yeah, I think it got sloppy because, I mean, who hasn't got caught up in a rape from the old school? The old school, you just part of the few that didn't, but a lot of them did. You know, and to do it now, we can't. It has to be new things and a new approach. And it takes all of us not beating up on each other, not trying to outdo each other, not trying to out-talk each other. You know, we can't keep doing that. Stop asking questions. Stop wanting to know about what I did and listen to what I did because I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you. Me going that deep into my life is not going to help nobody out there. Somebody might take it personal for me to be out the game and say their name and be like, you know, trying to get somebody's question answered and they didn't deserve an answer. Now I'm explaining to a friend, you know what I mean? That probably lost to me. They don't want everybody to know, you know, or probably has a bad taste in their mouth to be like, that shit was over so long ago. So I want to see you guys either start finding the material to read about it or talk about it, but stop asking those kind of questions. I think that it does more harm to the game. Because one, it doesn't make the person that's asking the question any better because we can flip that question right back to you and we're not getting the answers. So that's going to stop us, a lot of us, from stop asking questions. Remember, I know enough about a lot of these guys, whether they're new or old or been around, and I can say a lot of you guys shouldn't be asking me questions. Even when you tried to do good and you was all right, you still are not in a position to ask me no question. And I want you guys to take the same attitude. You don't answer questions from people that don't deserve answers. Start looking at it like that. There's nothing wrong to just sit there and let that question be out there. You see a lot of guys, when you flip the table, you see what they do? They don't answer because they don't have an answer. They had enough attention to bring it to you, but when you shine your light back on them, they look like a shadow. They don't want to be in the light. They just want to be a shadow. See, we have to stop all that, because if that's one thing that was destroyed again quick, like a eroding beach. Erosion, how the water just keep washing away the beach. After a while, it just keep going further and further up because it's just steady washing shit away. That's what's happening to y'all. I'm seeing more things, eroding in the game than I do, putting up seawall to save it. I'm trying to be one of those guys that put seawalls up to try to save it because we're asking the wrong questions. Okay? We got to start asking the right questions. We have too many confusing answers because we're caught up in trying to give answers to the wrong questions. Let's start eliminating the wrong questions and start dealing with the right questions. You know what I mean? How can I get hooked? Well, let me see. Is there anybody in the chat room can help somebody if they wanted to get a 48? Is there anybody out there if they wanted to breed to a great Eli dog that's around right now? Can anybody in the chat room, can they help? If a guy needed to get his dog heartworm checked without going to a vet, is there anybody out there that can help them with that question? If somebody needed something to help them with their flea problem, you got 19,000 people with a remedy, but out of the 19,000, over 3/4 of them swear up and down they got the right resolution to the problem. The other quarter, they sitting back bashing the other 3/4 because their idea was nowhere close, or they figure they can get more attention by bashing everybody else so everybody can be focused on them and what they're saying, which is really nothing. Because their idea was nowhere close, not even close to being smart. And those are the things that we're dealing with when we deal with chat rooms, Facebook, all those things. These are the things that water just washing up on the beach and slowly tearing the beach down. So let's stop all that. Okay? And again, please, if anybody out there ever feel like, I've said something wrong, believe me, I will be the first to apologize. Because regardless of what I say, I don't say things meant to hurt any, get up under your skin, or, if it's the truth, you got to be able to accept the truth. It's going to be my truth. You can't change my truth. Okay? Because I'm only speaking of what I know. And that's important for me to explain that to y'all. So, if something ever happens out here, because you know how I get, we get there sometime. And I just want to make sure that all my people know, and the man in this chat room, now the man out there in the damn internet world, do I want to ever disrespect to the point where I have to say, I'm sorry, and no, I'm wrong. Hopefully, I can put a stop to it before I get that far to make that apology, you know what I mean? Especially if I'm wrong. All right? I want you guys to continue trusting me. I'm not here to, I don't get into the habit of bashing kennels. I get into the habit of telling you the bad things about the kennels. That doesn't mean I'm bashing them. It's all good when you're hearing the good, but when you hear the bad, everybody start, oh my God, and start whining when still ain't one thing that I said that wasn't true. Outside what, you know, if I said something and I'm wrong, you'll hear me come back on here and say, hey guys, look, information I gave y'all, it wasn't right. You know, you will hear me do that. I'm like Luca Browson, my guys, them are my guys. You know, I was pretty hard on them one day. What did I do? I came back and apologized. I was a little harsh. I'm never too big to stand on something and say, you know, I'm all that in some and not be able to apologize. Because then, I mean, I ain't all that if I can't apologize. That's the bigger part of being a man, is being able to apologize and be humble. A man or a woman, or just say a dog man. How about that? We just say dog man, dog woman. You know what I'm saying, guys? I'm trying to keep this like, don't want to wrap enough flavors. Another thing too, you know, and this is just to my Akron families, okay? JB, LB came from Akron. Okay, I'm going to make this point right clear. Now, us from Akron, we know a lot about you. So I'm going to say the other statement that I made the other day was, I told y'all who LB's dad was. Okay, but the piece that I didn't do was, I'm not talking to Akron only. I'm talking to people outside of Akron. So when I say that to people outside of Akron, I'm going to have to say this as a whole. I'm going to have to say allegedly. Allegedly, Right Hand Man's owner who bred him is LB's dad. Allegedly. Okay? And that's for the respect of not only him, because I said his name, but because of the answers and the things that I said. So I'm going to put the allegedly in there, and we're going to keep it like that, because I think that was another respectful thing that should be brought up. Okay? Because there was a time that I thought it was somebody else that we grew up with, when we did grow up with them. I knew both people, but, you know, I don't want to make it like no news or anything like that when it's not no news. Now, at least I don't want it to be on me to be putting up the news. So I'm going to keep it on the alleged end for everybody outside the home front. Because the home front, we know a little bit more than everybody else. And we've always, from Akron, we always protect our own. We always protect our own, whether we like them or not. You know, we got in the habit of protecting our own. A lot of dog men, we have clashes at home. But when we leave home, we look after each other. We stand by each other. We ride together. We show out together. You know, and that's what the fraternity's supposed to do. I don't mind jumping on a bandwagon. I got all kind of bandwagon cards. I'll jump on your bandwagon. You doing good. You know what I mean? This is the relationship that I think we're talking about when we're talking about kennels and the relationship between the kennels. You know, this is not having to do nothing about how you feed your dog, how you worm your dog, how you do this. No, it's something about how we groom and take care of our fraternity. How do we fix this? How do we make it better? I think I made some good points tonight. I think I said some good things. You know, to me personally, you know what I mean? When we step outside this part right here, it's like the medicine. We're taking care of the medicine. If you go back through our videos, our weakest videos are the weakest videos because who wants to know about taking care of an animal that you're not beating up yet? That just shows us us dogmen, it's the real guys out here, how bad it is. Because Lord knows the things that's in those 2 videos, from stitching to taking care of your animal to the ringers. I mean, this is the little, I would call it entry-level information. You would think for us, because we're active players, that you would think that would be good for a lot of people to know. But when you got a lot of people, that's how you know there's a lot of people in the room who don't need that yet. There's a lot of people out there who don't need that yet. That's why the best video out there from Going Hard is our very first video. The very first video, the video where we showed the yard. Boom. You know why that became so interesting in all the views? Because that's the only thing that brought us all together at one moment. We all have yards. You're feeling that? And it's the truth. So I pick up a lot of those things. When we talk about y'all breedings, what y'all got? Guess what? Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested in what y'all got. Go check them. You'll see what I'm talking about. You can almost go down through there and see. Interviews of the dog man, everybody like interviews. But guess what? I don't want no old timer on my show. I love the old timers. But that's not what I want. I want new ones. Why can't we talk about the new guys and the things that's affecting the game from the new look instead of an old look? Let's talk about the new look. We need to be able to communicate to you new guys. Remember, I said the weakest videos is when we're talking about your dogs. Okay? And when we're talking about something when it comes to caring for the dog, I ain't talking about the wormer stuff. Because you look at the worming and all that stuff, that video still went on through like all the other ones. But the slow ones has everything to do with y'all guys in this chat room, you guys. And the guys that come after that to watch these videos, they're not interested in knowing how to stitch a dog. They're not interested in how to put a ringer on a dog. What did that tell you? What does that tell you? I know what it tells me. You don't need it. Because you don't need to have it. Because you don't need it. And there's a lot more of that than it is guys that's going on there trying to learn it. Because I can get questions about everything. I get a lot of guys know I'm reachable. A lot of guys call, and a lot of guys will tell you Twin is reachable. You want to talk to Twin, you can talk to Twin. But I pick up on where I see things at. And when it comes down to us talking about you guys, it's not interesting. When it comes down to taking care of your dog, when you need it most, you're not interested. But I can get on here and put somebody on here and we can get to talking about somebody else or putting down somebody else's stuff. You're interested. So let me tell you what the show says right already. One, not doing enough dogs out there to matter because you're not interested in how to take care of them after the fact. Two, you're not interested in understanding the relevance of being a good kennel by doing your dog. Okay? Because it's not interesting. What's more interesting is talking and controversy. That's interesting. That does not communicate too well with twins. My brother will tell you, today I didn't have a great day. The reason I have a great day because I haven't been feeling good. And I don't like the way I feel. And I'm telling my brother that this new game, I don't like it. I don't even want to give them my key because they'll just mess it up. And I rather keep it to myself than to sit back and watch a bunch of guys mess it up, because the numbers tell me everything. The numbers tell me what y'all interested in. Remember, we run businesses. There's things in numbers that can tell us a lot. It can tell us who's doing good work out there. It can tell us our customer satisfaction. It can tell us, a lot of things, those numbers. And when I see the numbers doing everything that's totally against everything that I feel, I lose interest. Because I don't know if I can fix that. I don't know if you guys can fix it. You know what I mean? The basement is a good place to be, but it seems like it was a better place back then than it would be now. And it's supposed to be better and safer now. And that's really the truth. You guys gotta change, and we gotta change in a big way. I mean, you got all these other podcasts. I got maybe 32 today would be how many videos I got. It's not a lot compared to 188, 200, 300. We're down there 100,000 subscribers. I am nowhere close to that. I'm like the little kennel again, hanging around all the big dogs, but I'm relevant. Yes, I am. I gotta be. Because those big guys have all stopped in and said hi to the new kid on the block. And I am so happy that they all stopped in at such an early stage. Okay? I salute every single one of them. And I have to give you my chat room and the guys that come in my chat room and my subscribers this, roses, and salutes. Because you guys made it work. And evidently I was saying the right thing for you guys to spread the word, to bring those guys over here to say hi to me. And see, that's respect. That's giving respect to me. And that's giving respect back to them. Because I go right back in their rooms and I sit there in their rooms. And I don't sit back and say nothing. You don't even know I be in the room. I'm like them sometimes. I'm just sitting there listening and watching. And I want to say, hey, guys better hope like hell that these big guys out here keep it going, because they got revenue to make it work. Okay, but what I'm noticing with all those numbers, I'm asking, is it wrong for me to ask these guys, with all that and all that attention, why is things still like this? That's all I want to know. Or is it, you know, I go to the shows and I watch, and I see more rocks being thrown like it's a rock throwing contest. And it seems like that's interesting. No, that's not interesting to me. I mean, it's bad when, you know, you have to be careful what you say, that you don't want to step on somebody's toe, or maybe they new tennis shoes. You know what I mean? First thing they're thinking, man, I accidentally stepped on your new shoes and yet you ready to fight? You know how it is, fellas. The new kicks, boy, you can step on them, boy, you know what it'd be like. Okay, well, that's what it looks like out here. The guys are looking for something to throw shit at. And that seems to be more interesting than the actual facts of what this game is all about. And I think it kind of got me today when Mike wanted to talk about the relationships of the kennels. Yeah, and I'm talking about it. I mean, to me, it's not interesting because I'm not bashing nobody, or I'm not saying, you know, we're talking about the relationship, but we're trying to talk about a good relationship, not a bad one. See, if we're sitting talking about a bad one, we'll be talking about a bunch of people. This damn room would be full, and the numbers would probably be going off the wire if I was going down through all the kennels and had something to say about all of them. The next show will probably be packed with people because this is what's interesting to you guys. But this is what got me feeling the way I feel today, because that's not cool to me. You know what I mean? I don't need, if I have something to stand up for, I can get on here and welcome any man to get on here and come and talk to me. You don't have to, because it don't matter. But you can, because I'm reachable. My number always is up there where you can call me. It's going across the bottom of the screen, you see it. If it's something you missed, you can call me. There's the number again. You got my email. Some of you guys always tell you, go back to the Medicine Babiza video. It has my email on there. The Going Hard email is on there. So I always say, if you don't have the email, go on the Babiza video, and it will give it to you. Just zip on down through there, you'll see it run across there. All right? Because this is the things that I'm trying to get done in my time. I'm trying to embolden every new dog man out there with the strength of all us older dog men out here to come together and get us all under one accord. You know, it was a shame that Fat Bill, what I would have loved him to do, because it had tickled me. It would have. It had tickled me for Fat Bill to got on there and told me the true story. Like it was wrong. It wasn't the right story, but it would have been good for him to tell y'all the real story. But this, in his words alone, show you what kind of strength that I have in Fat Bill, because if Fat Bill said I said something that was not right, and he was there, then that means I had to go and find out what I said wrong. And I did. But I would have loved to prefer that Fat Bill, look, it would have felt even better for me to have you say, Twin, this is what happened. this, and this. And I'd have been proud to take it from you just like that, bro. You know? Because you Fat Bill, bro. You've been around so long, and you've been through so much, and you've seen so much. And you're an advocate of the dog game, way bigger than me. You're my aspiration. Always have been. You know? He had his politics like everybody else, but he's still a major player in this game. And this is why he has the views and the people that he has. Even when he wants to just sit there and take advantage of the shit, okay? He deserved the rank in the gathering that he has built himself up to be, because he is Fat Bill. 7, 8, y'all know y'all the same way. Y'all the same way. Pelican Bay, y'all young, but you're growing. You've been around longer, definitely longer than me. Over 200 some videos. Hey, I'm a new kid on the block. So I like your success. Pro, don't be for you. I wouldn't even be here to see none of this. I wouldn't even be doing this. But one thing, Pro, I have to give it to you, bro, for being here. It has made you grow. And I hope you go back to being where you was when I met you. You just got to keep it real. You know, you got to love the game to respect the game. If you don't love the game, then you're going to continue disrespecting the game. And the disrespecting the game is going to bring you the views and the things that you want. It's going to fall, and it's going to fall flat. So, you know, get back on track. Pelican Bay, get back on track. Because we are three of a kind. We're three of a kind. 7, 8, y'all like the big brother of the crew. Y'all can jump out of, we got a couple of dog training things over mine, you know, because that's what I do. Hey, 7, 8 go in there and they go into that sports thing. You know what I'm saying? I think that shit is real interesting, because if I'm not dealing with the dogs, they gave me something else to look at. Me, I'm all dogs, so you're gonna always see a dog on my shit. I ain't got no bulldog, so what I do, I go out there and grab the shit that I'm working with now. I showed y'all my little puppy, and I swear to God, next time I come on the show, I'm gonna have my 22-year-old picture of what I looked like when I was a little young man messing around with those dogs. With the same attitude that brought me into the pits. It's the same attitude. It's damn near 40-something years later. I'm still doing. And it's a good story when I talk about it, because it involves so many people. That's what I love about my story. And that story involves everybody. You know? I mean, even involves you guys in the chat room. Because I know one day it's gonna be, you know, I hope he keep me scratching. But even sometimes I have to get shook up in that corner. Because sometimes I don't feel good, guys. When you don't feel good, you start seeing everything in a negative way. And you start wondering and questioning yourself. You guys, like, you don't know if you want to keep doing it or not. You know, because is it worth it? I know a lot of you guys appreciate it. But as a whole, you know, we bigger than this. We need I'm talking about the whole thing. My engulfment includes everybody. Everybody. And I'm just saying, I have to get shook sometimes because I'm sick. I'm tired. And I need that help in the corner. I need that help sometime. He had to shake me up. You know how we do them? Get them back on their feet, bounce them down, then you back them back up in that corner and let him go. Okay, I'm scratching now. I'm still scratching. But thank God I got a good second. Thank God for my second. And I hope I have a bigger second. That's you guys, people out there. All you people out there that didn't make this thing, you know, y'all didn't put me in a position where it's like, you know, I hear a lot of people saying, even goddamn YouTube, hey, y'all moved up real quick to be new. You know, sometimes it took some of these guys a couple months to even get $1 subscriptions in our game. And you wonder, you know, with the guys that are really doing this, I mean, really trying to be real, and walk that gray line like I walk it. I mean, I think that's because, you know, I got where I got because I'm walking right there on the edge of that line because I don't have nothing to lose, and what better to be there. If I cannot give you it all, then why am I there? You know? And that's why I think the relations between kennels affects all of us. Whether you are new or whether you are old, whether you come on here to learn or you just come on here to enjoy it and entertain yourself, it's all a whole. Like when I go in these other rooms, it's the same thing. The same thing. But it seems like controversy and putting people down is more of the now. When to me, it just couldn't never fit in the then. And I'm from the then. I'm not from the now. So I think I just wanted to come on here today and just talk to you guys. Talk to you guys. You know, I straightened my little thing out. I hope Pelican Bay caught on, because, you know, before you say things to people and you're taking in the wrong concept in the wrong way, it shows me you're old, but you're not old as me. So you still have a lot to learn. You gotta know who I am. You don't know my character. Because you knew my character, it was not meant, because still today, I still didn't change. I didn't change one word that I said the other day. It's a character that I carry. That I carry no disrespect. And when you question that, it made me understand that, you know, you still got a lot to learn. You know, and I think the show is a good show, but he can be so much better when he get off that line. You know, I like him. I like going to his show. I like what he be doing, you know. And I want everybody to stand behind him because they're good. I mean, stand behind all of us. This is not a contest. And the day it starts being a contest for me, I'm done. Because I don't have shit. What is the contest for me for? I'm only fighting for y'all. And that's the truth. Nothing else. I ain't selling no puppies. I ain't got no dogs. You know, showing up here bragging about something that even the bones is gone. I'm only telling you what my wonderful world in the dog game was like. And it was a hell of a story for me to sit back here and tell you guys. And evidently it was a hell of a story for you guys, because I've only been doing this not even 90 days. And evidently it's a good story. In 90 days, I'm a conversation piece. But we're going to continue this, man, as long as everybody stay respectful. Don't let me be disrespectful to none of y'all. Because I'll owe anybody an apology, because I never meant to disrespect anybody. I get a little harsh.
think it's the basement, man.
It's the basement.
I think it's the basement. Now I'm coming into the damn scene. What up, fellas? What up? What the hell is up?
My shit never did move.
I don't know why. Yeah, bro. It's the basement. Yeah. Fellas. Appreciate everything y'all do. Again. But again, everything my brother said to y'all tonight, I came up with this topic. Now, I'm gonna get on my knees here because I had me a hard day today. But the purpose of this whole situation is, you know, I'm always gonna be the second, but then I'm also the man who runs shit. So, my boy feel a certain type of way and he feel kind of down because, you know, when you feel like you're on borrowed time and you got so much to do and it's not enough time to do it, it's kind of like when you get to that bump in the road, it gets a little rough on you. You know what I mean? It's like the weight of the world is on you. You see, I don't let the weight of the world get on me because I don't carry the weight that he carrying. You know? So I can sit back and look at him and see what I don't like. And it's easy for me to run over there and grab him, shake him up in the corner, get him on his feet, let him know. I ain't trying to get into all that. I need you to get across that goddamn wall.
Right.
Discuss that shit later. And that's how we live life. We pick ourselves up and we do what we do and we become successful doing what we do. And in the process of that, we enjoy doing what we do. Don't give two fucks about what another motherfucker think. Look at me when I tell you that. Because if I actually, Pelican Bay, I reached out to you before we got to this point. Because believe me, my conversation is totally a whole lot different. As you'll notice, you'll never see me talk about dogs. I talk about people. Now, I don't think you ever want to have that conversation because man to man, that's a conversation not for this damn shit right here. I pick up, South Carolina ain't but a 2-hour trip for me. I'll be glad to sit down and talk to you. And anybody else who feel like they got a goddamn problem with going hard kennels. That's why I sent you my profile. Get away from the kennel. Because it seems like you got a personal problem. He ain't the one to talk to. I am. I handle personal business. Like I said, no harm, no foul. But considering what you said, you could have picked up the phone and called and said that. But being that you didn't, I'm using this platform to tell you the best way to handle anything, pick up the phone. And then I don't have a problem traveling. Remember that? This ain't South Carolina politics. We don't have no problems traveling. Ain't got no reason to fear about where I'm going. Never have. I think it's just a little bit cheaper to pick up the phone. And that's not getting personal. That's just telling you how to straight do business. This platform ain't meant to talk shit. This platform here is to help people on this end. You got anything personal and you feel like you gotta get some shit off your chest, pick up the phone. That's what tonight's show is about. Use this platform. I don't believe in this platform. I'm not a fan of the platform to talk shit. Y'all already know how, I am known throughout the dog game. Twin one don't fuck with no dog, ain't discussing no papers. But he the wildest one between the two. Because I am. Because I ain't for all that. I don't talk. I don't believe in talking. I ain't about talking. And ain't nothing you can get on that motherfucker and say anything about nothing except for when I see you, this is what we gonna talk about. And I can goddamn guarantee you, me and you ain't gonna be talking about no goddamn dogs or no papers or what I said. We're gonna basically be addressing what you said and how you feel. And man to man, how you feel like you want to deal with it. That's all. Just cut straight through the bullshit. Because I'm looking to see, is it really worth it? This is the game here. This is the dog game. I think everybody is waiting to see what the basement look like. I know what the basement looks like. Believe me, I'm gonna help him engineer the damn basement. The way I protect him is the same way I'll protect you. And we still gonna have fun. I can't wait. I swear, we 9 short. 9 kennels short. I can guarantee you with 9 kennels, I will shake up the game. I guarantee you what he said, we will be the talk of the American Pit Bulldog game terrier in this country. Guarantee you. Because it ain't gonna be a weight can't get covered. It ain't gonna be nowhere you can run. Get control of the game. Get everybody on the same page. Get back out to where the dogs is really gonna be dogs and men gonna be men. Once you set the damn foundation, put the building on top, they stand for years. And it take a whole lot to tear something down once it's built back up. We ain't on but one mission, setting a foundation to set on a building and then shake up the game. And anybody want to take a ride, we enjoying the ride. Anybody want to show the love, subscribe, donate, hit them like buttons. That's what we on. We ain't on nothing else. Don't give a shit about nothing else. Don't care how you damn it feel. Go fuck what you say. I just think it was necessary for him to address it in the way he addressed it. That's all. And you see how I'm addressing it. Totally 2 different ways how we address shit. That's why you very seldomly see me. Because that's the only way I know. So, in any case, I want y'all to keep subscribing. I need y'all to give up the muscles. My boy feel down and out and everything. He only feel down and out because his health won't let him get no stronger. You know what I mean? Everybody deal with mind games. Everybody got their own personal problems. Everybody don't have to be in here, but you do. You got to come here for a reason. He ain't going to change why he in here. I ain't going to change why I'm not sitting in this seat. I'm not going to try to be something I'm not. That ain't who I am. That ain't who we are. But see, this is when y'all see Twin 1 and Twin 2, you know, just remind you, yeah, there are 2 twins here, totally different people, but on the same path, with the same objective, with the same production in mind. And that is changing the damn game. By all means necessary. You know what I mean? So to everybody who is in here and subscribe, and I caught a couple of them super chats out there. I love y'all for y'all doing that. It ain't about the amount you putting in there. It's about the fact that you actually took time to click the button. You doing it. How much appreciation are you showing? To me, that's a whole lot of appreciation. You know what I'm saying? It ain't never been about the gift. It's for what it took to even try to give a gift. I appreciate that more than whatever the hell it was you was trying to give. That's first and foremost. Because at some point, that means you're at least trying to appreciate half of what we're trying to do. That's big. You know what I'm saying? We ain't in competition with nobody. It's not a competition for us. This is what he loved to do, and I love doing it with him. Because this is how we do it. This is going hard kennels, reloaded, taking care of business. Understand? Yeah. Okay, now for my, I ain't on here all the time, but I want to see them thumbs up, You know, let me hear them thumbs up. Let me see a bunch of damn roses flying all over the place. You know how y'all be throwing, like, just throwing them out and shit. Couple of them drinks. For me, y'all gotta give me a couple of them shot drinks because I love that shit too. And then I love them things like this. Get them twin, get them twin. And about far as put my foot on your neck, I ain't into all that, dog. I got dogs to do kind of shit. I mean, no. I'm not a violent person. That's why we have protection dogs. You know, we have, you know, when you got dogs and you're protecting your dogs, you got to have other things. So I'm not even going to talk about that part. I think the part that keeps us sane and livable and likable and all that other shit is we protect ourselves. That's all. Our dogs ain't for nothing else but either in the box or protecting our families. Give two fucks about a competition. I bet you I tell you what though, if I say get your ass, he gonna get your ass.
He don't fight alone.
He don't fight alone. I'm not sending my dog in to get a damn soul without me going with him. He part of my family. Hey, look, man, that ain't no joke. That shit's for real. So I'm hoping y'all take everything that we say serious, man, because we ain't like young kids no damn more, man. We two old men that been playing and having fun our whole entire life. Our whole entire life. Anybody who knows us, and we've been traveling around the world, man, you know, doing what we do. This is just something that we chose to do. So in the process of doing it, we want not just y'all to get something from it and learn something from it, but understand the reason why we're doing what we do, because we have that much respect for the people who come here to understand why we're doing what we do. That, man, it's not no bigger than that. Like you said, we ain't been on here. We don't need no 300-something videos to understand that, hey, look, you know, do we really need 300-something videos to get this situation the way we need it? I don't think so. I don't think we need that much. I think as we putting this thing together along, we're going to get down here and we're going to get these 9, and then we're going to get off behind this desk here and we're going to be out here on the road and we're going to be doing all these other things, and then we're going to get to all that stuff going on. But the whole time, we're going to have relationships with our kennels. We're going to have relationships with our people. We're going to have relationships with our dogs. When you're doing things like that, you have a relationship with families. Look how many DOGMEN families we done been into, man, and sat down and ate at their tables and food and slept in their damn houses. Or come to my house and sleep in the house and wake up the next morning and have breakfast. That's what dogs do for you, man. I mean, 40 years into this, come on. I don't know how far some of y'all into this, but how can you not be into this and don't know what it is to experience that type of relationship for the love of a dog? Hey, man, enjoy the ride. Look forward to that part of the game that you might not have gotten to, because that's all we're trying to do is get it back to that. We might be dead and gone, but this game ain't going no damn where. It's a condition of it. It's the condition of it. Remember about they said about the water rushing up on the sand? Well, we the break wall. We the break wall. We ain't built the wall, but we're going to slow that shit down. We're going to put a foundation there. And for those who don't want to believe in it, that's okay. But you know how when things start shaking and baking and rocking and rolling? You know? And I like your analogy about the Marine Corps. I mean, remember how they used to treat us and shit? How many motherfuckers did you ever see sit back and talk shit back? You know what I'm saying? That is what that right there. And we only had 3 drill instructors, and we started out with 160 people. And kicking and throwing your shit, spitting all in your face, talking, and all the crazy shit, fellas. But I never heard one, it was one who tried it, but after they whooped his ass, I kind of figured, you know, this ain't the right place to be trying to get smart and talk about, you know, man, you ain't gonna talk about my mama, you don't know my mama, you ain't hear none of that shit. Because at some point you knew why you was there. So all that woof, woof, woof shit, that don't mean shit. don't mean shit. Because it took 3 men to take 160 to when 1 foot dropped, they all dropped at the same time. And you know what? It only took, when we was in there, 14 weeks. 14. So that means you woke up with a motherfucker screaming in your face. You ate with a motherfucker screaming in your face. You went to sleep with a motherfucker screaming in your face for 14 damn weeks. Now imagine if we doing this to a dog for 8 weeks. You run when I tell you to run. You don't eat until I tell you to eat. When I cut that motherfucker loose, what he gonna do? What the hell I need to be scared of? Because that's what they built when they built the United States Marine. You got a problem when I cut his ass loose. He don't ask no questions. He don't know but one job, so his job is not that difficult. And we need you to get it done and get it done quick. And you don't need a whole bunch of people to get it done. You take that same mentality, and you get a whole lot of things done in life. For all my fellow Marines out there, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Simplify.
Simplify, y'all know what I'm talking about. Imagine us, a person living their whole entire life. I can't work for nobody because can't nobody tell me shit. I run my own shit. Can't talk shit to me because I'll fire your ass. How I run my life. That's cool. You don't never have to like me, but you're gonna respect me. You don't have to be here, but as long as you're here, you're gonna do your job because that's what I pay you to do. Ain't nothing no different than that dog. Ain't no different than taking care of anything else that you're trying to do in life. Fellas, if that ain't simple, you tell me what else could be any simpler when it comes to living. Because whether you know it or not, we actually made it to 60-something years old. We still living. That's a miracle for us. A miracle. I mean, we could write a book on this shit, man. But look, I'm just being straight up and straightforward with everybody just to let y'all know. I don't get on the camera too often. But when today is one of them days. I see my boy down and I seen the shit that went down, you know what I'm saying? So I always feel like, we're going to need to address this shit moving forward because one thing that's more important than anything that we're trying to do, you can't do it by yourself. Never, ever try to make an attempt to step on nobody's, on nobody, really, as far as getting this done until, sometimes this kind of shit happen and Mo, he take over. So sometimes I got to wheel him in. You'll never see me come to try to address too much of anything because this is not my platform to address anything. I don't address shit this way. I proceed to just deal with it out of the limelight of a camera because I don't need a damn camera to show my ass. It's the purpose. It's a camera. You know how many video gangsters is out here? Y'all see the shit. I ain't trying to be a part of that shit. Don't even want to care and hear about it. Don't even want to be on the same platform. Does anybody ever think that we like that? We represent the Marine Corps hard because that's who we really are. You took 2 kids, twins, at 17 years old, and you made them men. The hard way. If it worked for me then, and it worked for me my whole entire life, to where I'm an old man with kids, grandchildren, alive still, and sitting here at this age talking to a damn video camera to some people I don't fucking know, man. The fuck? All because this dude right here, man. All because this dude right here, taking it upon itself to say the game that we love so much. And I say we because I'm going to be down wherever he going to be down with. And if he love it, I'm always going to love it. So that's the fraternity right here. This is the better part of what it looks like when you got somebody to roll with. They're going to be there when you're down. They're going to be there to pick you up. They're going to be there whenever it is you need him. You can't get no better than this. Can't get no better than this. Actually, it should be a strong example to everybody out there because y'all don't see me all the time. But I guarantee you, y'all know I'm somewhere close by, don't you? You just know that. That's how we're supposed to always feel about each other. Especially in this. Especially in this, because in this game right here, it ain't the same. The stakes is too much. It's too much. So you just got to play it this a different way. And I think we got the way. Now, that's that gray line. But trust me, we're not promoting dog fighting. Not at all. We're not selling any dogs because we don't have any dogs. You know, whatever that disclaimer is, y'all don't even know how to read the motherfucker, but you know, you can throw it in there just to make sure it's in there. But y'all know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? No, this is about the love of the American Pit Bull Terrier. The game American Pit Bull Terrier. That bulldog. That pit bull. Hey man, I'm finna crank this up, man. You ready? Mm-hmm. Hey y'all, I'll be back for, you know, the ending, but oh, wait a minute. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. My soul, roses, roses, roses. Come on, man, stop it.
There you go, fellas. That was good. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not every day. Not every day. We only do this twice a week. Sometimes my worst days fall into the days that y'all have me. Okay? It's not as bad as a struggle every day, but it has its days. If y'all understand what I'm talking about, okay? So I believe in everybody who believes in me. And those who don't believe in me because you don't know me, come know me. And join me. Like you guys have. And I ain't trying to lose you. Sure ain't gonna abuse you. But I'm trying to take you to the top. You know what I mean? At least it's higher than I could go. You know what I mean? We all brothers.
Yeah.
Don't you forget that, fellas. I might not make it out to the parking lot all together today, but I'm gonna be around the parking lot, all right? And hopefully by Tuesday, I'm feeling better. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I will. You know what I mean? It's coming to that time now, y'all. Out of all days, this is probably gonna be the hardest scratch that I've made since I've been on this show. And today, it's gonna take all y'all hands you put on me.
You're right, bro. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We're gonna get that scratch off. Your money good, y'all. Your money is good.
He here. Look at him. He here. He right here. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I got it, bro. Boy, shake him up. And I let his ass go. And look at him. Y'all got to admit, man, hell of a show tonight, man. You just don't know. He had a hard day today. But he here. And that's how we do things over here at GH.CH, baby. Cause our motto's gonna always still be, always scratch to win. Love. Yeah.
Peace, fellas. Love you, boss.
I gotta get my thing. down and everything.
Right. Thanks, bro. Friday the 13th, guys, be safe. Knucklehead, I hear you, baby. Collins, good looking, baby. Mike Lee, what's up? Greg, you the dead, Greg. He's gonna be working on the tracks this weekend for you, Dread. Knucklehead, if I knew you back then, man, you could have been running together then. Okay? All right, maybe you got more info that I need to know. Holler at me. You got my number. Talk to me. I always want to be honest with you, baby. I ain't gonna tell you but what I know, okay? Definitely no disrespect to you, bro. You traveling like that, man, then you should be having fun right about now. DJ Red Dogs. I got that from you, bro. I feel that. Mr. Mason, as always. Thumbs up, roses. That's how you do it, baby. Thank you. Whoopie Study, thank you, bro. Banjo Dogs, what's up? Thank you. Not the Thundercats. Yeah. DJ, much love to you too, bro. Mr. D. Johnson, thank you, bro. Ghost 850, I see you, thank you. Twan, all day. Provocative Bully, always. Thank you, Jeremy. Shanti. Back at you. Mr. Carr, appreciate the thumbs, bro. Running Star. I know about them bones. Thank you for coming, bro. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't, bro. I'm gonna see you again, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A couple more thank yous. Chat room, stand up. Do yourselves doses. Do your damn self some doses. That's right. I wish I could throw y'all a whole trash can full. I ain't talking about no little trash can. I'm talking about a bucket full. Spread them all over the place. Y'all deserve it. Thank you. a gelato. Pass that around, bro. Run them hard, Dread. Run them hard.
very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion pretty much two-time Best in Show, two-time Famous in Show. Play hard, baby. Register of Merit down to Champion May Day, Champion Gus, Champion Carla, Champion Yoga. Let's talk dogs.
look good. But you know how we'll be on that Remy. You know how we'll be on that Remy, man. So, till Tuesday next week, man, y'all have a safe and beautiful weekend. And let me let you know something. It was nice hanging out with you guys in the parking lot. Till Tuesday, I'm out. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm bugging right now because I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But I'm working on it. Hey, though, Pit Dog, for real, dog, I'm sitting here getting crushed, bro. Mo done took out on me. He left me sitting here playing. I'm just sitting here. Hold on. I'm trying to get out. You know, when you're on that Remy, things just don't be looking the same. You know, I'm sitting here tripping at the end of the parking lot. Up here just like, okay, fellas. I know I ain't gonna just leave y'all hanging like that, but yes I am. Y'all done had y'all smoke, y'all done had y'all drink, y'all done talked to each other to death. Now go home. Friday the 13th, no, is we into Saturday yet? Oh man, bye. I'm out.